to show off their process? Thank you again for whoever started that. Anyone want to show theirs off? Lauren thinks you got it. Lauren, do you want to share? Show us your share. Sounds so very confident. I think you got it. I think you got it. Let's see what you got.
Okay, so here it is.
Looks good.
Um, I'm trying to remember. I did miss something the first time through, and now I'm trying to remember what it was. I think I had, well, one, I missed the second form at first. So I had
Mm,
um the this form, the
yep.
request form on
Okay.
this guy at first. So I had to fix
Yeah.
that. I was like, wait, I need a second form. Hold on, what's happening?
Mhm, mhm.
So yeah, I got the form created. Let me see my formy dudes. Boop, boop. So name, email, requested date
Nice.
for that guy. And then this guy, this one is the one that they approve or deny with their outcomes.
Mhm.
So I've got it starting here with the initial kickoff of the first form. And then here, the manager type gets to see the second form and decide what they want to do. And then we've got our little paths with the outcome
Yep.
for each, and then the emails go out based on what we want to do, hopefully. Yeah, at some point, I swear I had done whatever mapping. I think it was on this guy.
Mm,
And somehow it didn't save, or I thought I did it and didn't do it, or something. So I got
gotcha.
all the way through and something was a little wonkified.
Hmm.
But I figured it out. So
Nice. Yeah.
yay.
Looks good.
So yeah.
Nice job. Um, Something to go to one of your forms, I'll show you. Um, if you go to that date, requested date there. So this is just
Mhm.
kind of good to know information for
Mhm.
everybody. If you go to your advanced tab on the right, down at the bottom is where you can change your display format for,
Ooh,
wherever you live. Typically, here in the US, we go month, day, year. So you would just move those Y's to the end instead of in the beginning,
Uh,
but if you're European and you do whatever they do, day, month, year, something like that. However you would do it locally, that's where you can change that right there. So
neat.
just
That
an
is good.
FYI there. Awesome. Looks good. Anybody else? Everybody get that
Mine's
done? Kind of understand it? How it
mine's the same
flows?
as Lauren's.
Cool.
yeah, same
Nice.
here.
All right.
I think what took me the longest to find was finding how to map the variables. I was like, okay, where I know I need to map
Yeah.
them. Where is that?
Yeah.
I eventually found it.
Yeah. Knowing your place around the process, which element do I need to be on to go to get to the mappings, and
Right.
it takes a minute to kind of keep rolling through your brain, but I get it definitely.
I had no issue creating the whole thing, but I did have issues last night creating the initial form. It wouldn't let me create it at all through any method. I tried the two different areas to actually create the form. It wouldn't let me. Recreated the start event, recreated the project. I did that like 2 or 3 times until I just went through, created the whole thing, and then just this morning, it did let me create it. So
Yeah.
that was
Okay. All
fun.
right.
Let me go back to my mapping problem. So I on the submit form, for example, if you go to mapping type and you say map all input variables, or so I think I went there initially and when I picked map all output variables, it gives me nothing underneath. Like it didn't give me,
Yeah.
just give me just kind of, and I needed to pick map variables in
Yeah.
to do it.
That's strange. I don't know why it's like open when you get to it or it's closed. And then if it's closed and you haven't seen that before, you don't know yet you have to go to click map variables to open your input and output mappings there. So I
Right,
don't know
because
why it does that.
if you say map all output variables on that, it just, everything goes away. So where would you actually map them? Like, when I first saw it,
I've always just selected map variables, and it's always opened both the input out mapping and
Okay.
output mapping.
I see. Yeah, unless you do map variables, you don't you don't get to see them. So
Yeah,
I didn't know what the heck was.
yeah, but sometimes I'll go in and it's already open. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it does it one way or the other. Excellent. All right, today we have 3 smaller-ish labs. We will start with what recall. Where are you? There you are. Decision tables. We'll talk about decision tables first. And then Eric's going to talk through a couple labs he came up with that revolve around triggers. So all of our processes so far have used a form to kick off the process. But there are other ways to start a process. Triggers are one of those options. So we'll go through what he has. And then after that, we have what I'm calling the Mac Daddy of all labs so far, which is an employee onboarding process. And I've never done it before. I just barely saw it last week when Keith showed it to Eric and I. So that is going to be fun to go through together. We will see how that goes. All right, so let's kick off this business rule tasks and decision tables. Once I find my share. There we are. All right. This is not application number 2. All right, so a business rule task, you'll see that in your BPMN elements, right under the document task and next to the email task down in there. And it's just something we can add to our process. And this business rule task, what we can use contains what's called this decision table. And all decision table is how you manage business decisions within the process workflow. It's based off of decision model and notation, if anybody knows what that is. These decision tables take at least one input and at least one output. The inputs are what a field the decision table evaluates against. Right, so either process variables and a mapping type are used to pass the value of an input into the decision table to be evaluated against a set of rules defined by whoever's creating it, and then produce a relevant output that match those rules back into the process. So a good example here is on this next screen. So when you see this, obviously it looks like a table, and we're talking about inputs, which is our first column here. Right, so we're talking about, in this scenario, awarding a student kind of scholarship or payment that goes towards their tuition. Right, so that first column, if the student lives in the state of Kansas, and that's that whole column, so it's really based off of the state of Kansas. And that student lives in, we'll go through the county of Ellis first, and that student has a GPA of 4.0, then the output is you get a $4,000 scholarship towards your tuition. Right? If that doesn't match, right, we drop to the second row here, or rule really. All right, if the student then lives in Kansas and lives in one of the following counties and has a 4.0, 3750 is the output. And we keep going row by row through the decision table process. Right, so a decision table makes it a lot easier on the configuration within the process itself. Right, because you can go through this logic in the table. If you had to do it like separately outside of the decision table or a business rule task, it would look like what you see here on the left, right? Going through all these exclusive gateways and spitting out a value through all of these gateways. Right? The decision tables allows us to really compact that within the process itself. Click through here. So yeah, this is back to that example, right? Those top 3 columns are all inputs, and then we're spitting out the output in that 4th column, right? You'll see the connectors at the top. When this meets the criteria, and then the word and meets this criteria, and it meets this criteria, then spit out this award amount. That last column there, annotations, just a place to store notes. And it's really only, it's not visible to the end user. It's only visible to whoever's modeling the process. Okay. Each row is really sort of a rule, and which is going to be evaluated in that decision table. Okay. Yeah. That's not in that screenshot. We'll go to the next one. You'll see at the top of the table there something called hit policy. And it's how we determine how the rules are going to be evaluated within that table. Right. Currently, in this screenshot, it's set to a unique hit policy. Right. So only a single rule can be matched. And there's, what, 9 or 10? Oh, I closed it. I don't have it. I'll have to open that back up. I'll show you that in a second. There's about 9 or 10 different hit policies within that drop down in the decision table there. I think I have a unique one too. Yeah, so our example in this one is it's set to a unique hit policy. This screenshot's showing a collect hit policy, right? So if you're looking at years of service that someone's been in an organization, right? If they've been there greater than 1 or equal to 1, the benefit is full health and dental. If they get up to 5 years of service, then they include profit sharing. If they get to 10, they get a sabbatical. And so all true outcomes need to happen in this collect hit policy. Another one was sum. I think there's collect sum. Yeah, so there's collect sum, there's collect min, there's collect max. And all those will generate some sort of output within there. Once we build our decision table, we can simulate right in there. So we don't have to release the project, go in there and deploy the process and run the application in order to verify that we've configured this correctly. There's a little simulator that we can use to test this right inside of Studio Modeling, which is pretty cool. Alrighty. Any questions so far? See a bunch of stuff in here. The key and peel skid, I remember that one. All right, let me throw my spreadsheet into the chat and you can pull it down. And here is our process we are going to go through. So it's a business process where we have customers that are making a purchase from us, right? And we want to know whether or not this is their first purchase, whether they've signed up for our loyalty rewards, whether they've downloaded our app, and when that date of purchase occurred. And so we'll evaluate all of those options and then spit out a coupon amount for them as our output. So here on the first page is going to be a brand new process for us. We can put it within our same project that we have, that's fine. We'll get our process variables created first. You can see that in column CD there. And then we'll get into each step along the way. Our start event, we'll build our decision table, pass it through an exclusive gateway, and then we'll have someone who's going to review and approve the coupon after it heads out our yes route out of our gateway there. All right, so head into studio modeling. Find your project you've been using for the past couple days. Once in there, up into processes in the upper left, you can hit that vertical ellipsis / kebab icon and create a new process. Which we are calling first purchase coupons, I guess. I'm going to separate this into a different process category so you can see what that looks like here inside of studio modeling. What would this be? I don't know. I'm going to nest this under HR, even though it's probably not an HR process.
Sales or something like that.
Yeah, we'll call it sales. That's a good one, Thomas. We'll call it sales. Now you can see in the upper left, once you create your process, how it separates those categories, just listed up there under that drop down. And so each process you make going forward, right, within this project, you could nest that new process within that product or that category that you want there. All right, here's my start event right off the bat. I'll move that over where I see fit. Click back on my white space, and I like to get my process variables created right off the bat. That's really up to you as the modeler. So head into Edit Process Variables. And go right down this list here. We have VAR is first purchase. I like to keep that camel case type text for my variables. And this is a string variable type.
You think that'd be a Boolean?
You could probably use that, correct? Yeah. In our decision table, we're just going to be using either yes or no values. Going down the list there. VIR loyalty sign up. Sign up. Also a string. VAR app downloaded. String. VAR date of purchase. Say date. And lastly, VAR coupon amount. I say coupon, you say coupon. Anybody say coupon?
Coupons.
Coupons.
I don't know if anybody's noticed this, but when you're entering the variable type, you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to get to them real quick. So you don't have to use the mouse.
It
It's
also
making my life
slightly
easy.
supports the type ahead. So if you,
Yeah.
you know,
Kind of. But it
hit
doesn't.
E for primitives and then left or right and then S,
Yeah.
it'll go down to string.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, once you get that last one in there for var coupon amount, make sure that's an integer. Verifying your last screen here and make sure everything is spelled correctly. Is first purchase loyalty sign up app downloaded, date of purchase, coupon amount, strings, dates. The last one is an integer. Once you verify that, head back to your process. I'm going to give it a quick save. Save those process variables. On to our start event next. Go ahead and select that. Which we are calling collect purchase info as our start event. Collect the purchase information, and we will do this on a form. Lower right of your start event properties, create form. And this is our purchase coupon info form. So you get that created, find it in under your forms drop down and select it. And it's a pretty basic form. So if you look on the second tab in your spreadsheet, we really only have 4 field types we're going to add here. Right, 3 drop downs and 1 date. So first purchase, loyalty program, and app downloaded will all be drop downs. And then our date will be where we will fill in our date of purchase. Drop downs are under your UI, the third one down. And I'm just going to drag and drop 3 of them on here. And then I'll grab a date as my 4th one. I do that, I'll start on the top left, and this will be my first purchase field type. First purchase question mark. Is it their first purchase? ID, I will just make first purchase. Make that field required. And then on my advanced tab, create 2 different options. The first is the yes, lowercase yes on the ID, and an uppercase Y yes on the name. I'll do the upper right one next. This will be my loyalty program. Question mark. Also required. And the same options here. For loyalty program, we'll do the same options for app downloaded. Simple yes and no options here. Let everybody go and get those done. What? Give it another minute to get that set. And adjust your date if you want. It's up to you. Yeah, I could definitely see that fidget, that scenario you put in the chat there. Getting this data from a connector.
Just curious, I was trying to play around with some form rules earlier. I was going to do something like, hey, if they put in a date before today, make it invalid. But
Mm.
I couldn't see where you could use like a macro for like today. Do you know if that's supported anywhere, if there's a list of macros?
Don't believe
Mm.
there's a lot supported with dates. I know that's an area engineering's working on and it's coming in for requests, but I think it's kind of limited right at the moment.
Okay.
Okay.
I know there are several tickets around date formatting and in math in general.
Mm.
You put a minimum date of today so that they can't put anything beyond today.
We could, yeah. I believe you can do that. Right here, minimum date. I don't know if you would use, can you use today expression in there? Doesn't look like it. Looks like you have to pick a specific date.
Yeah, and on the rule, you couldn't type letters.
Yeah.
It was only letting you put a date in, so I couldn't find a
Yeah.
way to prevent somebody from putting a bad date in.
Mm-hmm. And if they're filling on the form, you could force the value today right there.
It looks like dynamic state range has some additional functionality for changing
Yeah, that's what I was seeing
over
too.
time.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that might work.
Yeah, you could probably do something in there.
So yeah, it says it is possible to add or subtract a chosen number of days, set the current day or an unlimited number of day, and it's like dynamic changing over time.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm not messing around with that. So, anybody else can figure that out? Feel free to. Save your form. Make sure you get that saved. Save my process as well. And now let's grab all those values off of our start event. So after we've created that form on our start event, head down to the bottom. And here, this is what we were talking about before, about input and mapping and output mapping just showing up right there, right? But occasionally you'll come in here and it'll look like that. And there's nothing. If you go to don't map variables, sometimes it'll say map variables, but there's still nothing underneath until you actually select from the drop down map variables, and then they show up. I don't know why sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. All right, we're going to do output mapping. So go ahead and open up your edit variable mapping window. You'll notice all these output parameters for those string process variables have three options for us, right? ID, name, or both. We're going to be pushing forward the name, which is the capital YS, capital N, no. And so find app downloaded space dash space name. Map that to var app downloaded. Date of purchase is obviously going to be for the VAR data purchase. But for first purchase, make sure you find space dash space name. And map that to VAR is first purchase. Same with loyalty program. Find the name option, you hover over the question mark. Map that to loyalty sign up. And do a quick update there. So these were all ID. We can grab all those values off of the form, move them forward to our decision table, which is next. Oh, sorry. You're right, Lauren. Jeez. Those were all names. Sorry. Confusing you, everybody. Name. Yes, we did name, not ID. I'm only on my second cup of coffee.
Oh, wait a minute. You're saying not ID going into the VAR, but
Yes, sorry, that was my bad. We are doing app downloaded name, first purchase name, loyalty name values. Because when we get to our decision table, we're going to be using capital Y's and capital N's in there, which does make a difference.
is that just I mean, we deliberately made lowercase y and then uppercase y. Is it just trying something, having us exercise differently?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
It's really up to you as the modeler. If you want to use capital letters for both, feel free to.
Well, are you using name over ID for any reason?
No,
Other than
not at all. Other than what we're going to put in our decision table.
okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't hamper or change what happens.
Right, correct, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's find that business rule task, BPMN element there. Second column, second one from the bottom. Give that a click and drag it and drop it onto your process. We will name it online purchase coupons. Online purchase coupons. Is that right? Oh no, I'm getting ahead of myself. The business rule task will be evaluate purchase info. So that's on the process, the business rule task. the decision table you'll see in your properties down underneath there. It's in red. That's where we will name the decision table. To evaluate purchase info is our business rules task name. And then if you scroll down, just like we do with our forms, let's create a new decision table. Click that plus sign. And this is what we're going to name online purchase coupons. When select create, you'll get a verification. And you will find it nested underneath decision tables in your left side panel there. Just above UI, below connectors. Go ahead and select that decision table. You'll see the table show up in the middle of your window there. And if you're looking at the decision table tab inside of the Excel spreadsheet, across row, what's looking 5 here. All right, our first input is going to be for first purchase. Our second input will be for loyalty program, then app downloaded, then date of purchase. So 4 inputs, and then our output is that coupon offered. So we're going to rename these columns on within the model here, within modeling. As you'll see, if you put your cursor inside of the window here and give it a double click, but it's not really your cursor, it's kind of your mouse. If you just double click on input, you'll see it pops open a little window for you. And I can just type in first purchase where it says input. And then I can just click away. Okay. There you can, there's a couple ways to add a new input. So there's a plus sign if you're looking at my screen right there. We'll add a new input. So it's just right to the right of the column or where it's named first purchase. You can also right click and you can add an input column to the right. That will add a new one as well. So you can do that for 3 if you want. So we're now doing, that gives me my total of 4 input columns, or you just hit that plus sign 3 times. And now I'll just go ahead and double click on each one of these and rename them. Loyalty program is the second column header. App downloaded, the third, and finally date of purchase. It's the 4th. My output name, give that a double click. This is my coupon offered. I spelled that correctly. I did. All right, so as we were naming them, you'll notice it just left the default as string, string, string for all of them. We need to change both date of purchase and coupon offered. So if you go back and double click, just change your string type from string to date for date of purchase, coupon offered from string to integer. There is a drop down you can use. Just kind of click into that field there. Yeah. I'm gonna give my decision table a quick save. Set those changes in there. All right, we're going to go across each of these rows. And you'll see from, if you take a peek at the screenshot that there's on the spreadsheet. All right, so row 1 is going to have the word capital N no within double quotes there. And then the other 4 columns, or next 3 columns are going to have no value in there, but our coupon offer is going to be 0. And we'll drop down to row number 2. Is it their first purchase? Yes. But then loyalty program, no. App downloaded, no. The date of purchase was prior to, I guess that's 2/5/25. We might want to put in something prior to today. Would be coupon offered of $5. And then row 3, we're varying this up. Yes, yes, no. Still prior to, we'll put in today's date. Then line 4, yes, no, yes. Prior to today's date, 10. Those are both 10. That last row 6, where they hit all columns, and they made a purchase between, we will call it November of, I don't know, from Thanksgiving to the end of Christmas, right? If they make a holiday purchase, we're going to give them an extra $5 coupon there. So when we get down to that field, you'll see where you can do in between dates.
Now, if we modified our variable, to do a different date formatting, do we have to change the date formatting here, or is this storing it separately in a different fashion?
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming it's going to be whatever you put as your process variable format.
Okay, so it's not like it's storing it always in one way and just displaying in others.
I'm not sure of that answer. I guess to be safe, I would do it whatever your process variable is. You could certainly test it with the simulator. Simulator be there, so maybe do one with the dates, year, month, day. That might give us our answer here. All right, so all I did was click into that cell right below, really row number 1, right below first purchase. And just type in no. Sometimes it'll give you your double quotes there. Head over to my coupon offered, and I'm just going to enter 0. And I'm going to go click in the row number 2. And this is yes.
So these won't auto recognize the string. We have to type the double quotes.
I believe so. If I put in no, correct. You're going to have to start with double quotes. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, we are yes, no, yes.
How are you getting it to go into that mode? Because I've got the 1, but when I double click, it does nothing. I have to hit the little edit button, the pencil, and
The
then
pencil
it's not taking it.
should be able to just do a single left click in the cell and then start typing. Should add the second double quote for you. Let me know if you don't see that. When you do get to the date of purchase column, you can either use that screenshot, or if you hit the pencil icon, when you click the drop down, once that window opens for edit date, right, you can use the before option and then set your date. So Joe, I guess that answers our question here. It has to match that pattern right there. So in our case, we're using today's date, I think, 2025 02-26.
So on the date column, I don't get the pencil.
So single left click, that pencil doesn't show up here.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay.
Do you have the date of purchase set as a data type of date?
Yeah. check
Yeah.
right.
Well, I swear I do.
I had this same thing, Dan. My pencil came up to the left.
Correct.
It does come
Yeah,
up to
it's
the
Yeah,
left.
it's a little
It's a
misleading.
little weird. It's a
yeah,
little
because
weird.
like even like there's that column after the coupon offer. Like everything seems to be left justified. If you
Yep.
kind of
Well, I get the pencil on any other column except for the date one.
So
Even,
what I
Let's
did-
take a
show-
look at that, Dan. Yeah, let me see. Let's see what that looks
Okay.
like.
I hit save, and then I went, close it and reopen the decision table, and then it worked again. I had the same problem.
Okay.
Okay.
But definitely save first.
All
Okay,
right,
can you see this?
yep, I see it. And so you click there, and it's going way over there.
And I have saved.
Yeah. I'm not sure why.
Let's see. Let's go here, then back to here. I manually typed
Yeah,
that.
close it from the top up there. Just shut it down right there. Yep.
Okay, I'll save that one as well.
Save your process, yeah. And then
Go back into it.
go back in. Let's see what happens.
No.
I have no idea. I'm not sure. I don't know why
right.
it's not working for you, but for everybody else it is.
Let's see, they come, wait a minute, purchase coupons. Okay,
Yeah, it's a date of purchase. Go back to your purchase coupon info form for 1 second. I thought I saw 2 dates on there.
Yeah, it's not showing data purchase on the right side in the inputs panel.
I'm sorry, where did you want, back here?
The first tab, purchase coupon info. Sorry, online purchase coupons.
Oh, okay.
On the right-hand side panel, you've got a weird window showing up under app downloaded. Instead of, it should say date of purchase as your next column, so it's not recognizing it.
Download data purchase. I'm sorry, I'm missing where you're.
Do you see on the far right where it says simulator inputs, first purchase?
Oh,
At the
okay.
bottom should be the fourth column and it's missing, and instead it's showing up like an expression window.
Okay, so
Can you right click on that data purchase column and remove it all the way at the bottom?
Okay.
And now save it. Save your decision table. And now let's add a new input. So click, right there. And then let's see, I'll just add a new one, see what happens. So put data purchase there at the top. Change it to date. And maybe this will kick it into gear.
I think maybe something was in that expression box, so it's expecting.
Click away, yep. And
That looks better.
okay.
now it's there.
Now it's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I don't know.
Oh,
So how are we supposed to put the date in? Like when I put the date in, it automatically put the word date parentheses around everything. So it does not match the decision table.
When you go into here and you click on your pencil
Yeah.
and do before,
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
and then put in today's date.
I see. Okay.
Should do it that way. Once you have all of your information in there, try using that simulator on the right. See if you can make that coupon offered appear as your output.
Is the only way to delete an added comment that you had by accident, going in and editing the JSON?
To remove an input column?
Yes.
No, you can right click at the top and then remove input column at the very bottom. And then just re-add it.
Thanks. Thought I tried that, but I guess I didn't do it in the right place.
Okay. There is copy paste functionality in here, so you should be able to, I believe, copy a row. Copy the rules, what they call it. And then paste it in there. It can get a little bit touchy depending if maybe don't do that your first time, but if you really start messing around with them, start trying that.
Yeah, at least just copying the cell alone is nice to
Yeah.
be able to, especially with the like date formatting, being
Yeah.
able to copy the whole format.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm running into some weird behavior with the simulator. If I put in my inputs as all yeses, and then I hit the date of purchase, I tried to use the date picker for the date of purchase, and I tried to pick tomorrow, and it won't let me pick tomorrow. It's weird. Like, you have to put in tomorrow's date of purchase. I have to select the 28th. And then when I hit simulate, I get an error compiling the field expression. Yes, on decision table, online purchase coupons. Rule number 4, unknown variable. Yes.
Basically, you don't have a rule that would accommodate a future date.
Yes, I do though.
Which one?
My final rule 6 has the between today and the 28th.
Oh, so you didn't put in the holiday suggestion as Brian had said?
That is the holiday suggestion. That's the one where it's like the between, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was just picturing because I knew he said Thanksgiving, Christmas, so I was trying to, think of the 28th fitting in there, but
yeah. So there's two. It seems like there's two things going on.
If you put the 27th, does it work?
So
is it a true between and not between or equals?
So let me can I just share my screen, Brian?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's take a peek.
So you can see here, guys. So here's my date. It's set to between the 26th, which is today, and then the 28th. And then my date of purchase.
On my side.
Yeah, we don't see it, Thomas.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to hit share the second time.
All right, there you go.
Anyways, you can see here, if I click on this, you can see it's set for between the 26th and the 28th, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, and the syntax looks correct for the date, right? Like I did year, month, and day, right? So the first bug I'm running into is when I click the date picker, if I click on the 27th, so let me clear this out. If I click on the 27th, see how it shows the 26th?
Yeah, I'm getting that too.
So that's a bug. But let's clear that out again, and I'll pick the 28th, and you can see that inserts the 27th, which is weird.
Yeah.
Right? So then if I click simulate, I get this, and it's saying on rule 4, it's getting that unknown variable, which that would be this rule here, right?
You don't have quotes. You don't have quotes around on line 4. Line 4, column 3.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Let's see
Son
that.
of a gun.
Yeah,
Right.
the dates is weird. Can you actually type the date, or are you forced to use the date picker there?
I could not type the date when it.
No, okay.
It made me.
No, you
use
can't
the
type it.
picker.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, you can't type it. Okay.
Can't type it, and you can't pick the right date. Cool.
Yeah.
There we go. And coupon offer is 20. Okay, cool. Thank you guys.
Testing mine out here.
Yeah, it looks like any future date, it pulls it back one day. No matter what month I go into.
Yeah, I see that.
A
Does
fairly
not make
significant bug.
sense.
Does
Mhm.
does anybody here remember Buckabug?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I
You
loved
got $1
Buckabug.
coming your way, man.
Oh, that was so fun. I remember
Buckabug.
George Angelato bragging.
Yeah.
He's like, "You're not going to find too much. We're just so perfect. You might get an ice cream out of this." George bought me a steak and lobster surf and turf every time I got my hands on the software. He didn't know it, but I sure knew it. I do everything. And I'd watch the QA and dev people standing behind me watching just panic as I was like, "Oh, what's he doing now?" My favorite one was we found a way to log into the Unity client twice, and that was a showstopper, one of those I think $100 ones. So that was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good
I
time.
miss those days. Those were fun.
Yeah.
Let's see what putting a yen symbol in this field does. Let's stretch this across a 4-screen virtual multi-display. Who ever
Yeah.
does that? Look, it crashes.
Is there a way on the decision table? Because especially like the date purchasing thing is kind of the date coming in wrong. Is there a way to kind of have a catch-all? Like, hey, if you hit row 7, you know, or
I'd
put out
say
Uh,
you'd have to
move on.
build some sort of logic
yeah.
that would handle anything.
You'd have to change, I think, change your hit policy too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't taken a peek yet, if you click that unique drop down, you'll see all the hit policies in there.
Yeah.
Looks like did they add one? 1, 2, 3, 11. I don't remember seeing 11 in the documentation. Does the link still work? Let's check it out. It does. Throw this in the chat. Is that the same one? Yeah. Thanks, Fidget. There's your hit policies in the documentation. Give you a little description of each there.
Hey, Brian, if you go back to the coupon offered output column,
Whoops. Yes.
if you double click that, the name,
Up top. Yep.
yeah. What's the difference between the output name we put at the top and this output name field?
Output 1 and output name. I thought we had.
Do we have to reference that, or is that like an ID field?
Let me see. I don't know exactly. Do a search. Output name. Whoops. Double click the output column name, output settings, enter the output name that is going to be used. And according to this, I think they're just the same, aren't they?
Well, I guess if we don't use it to pass the data in these next steps, then I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I was just curious what
I
it was
don't- yeah.
for.
I would almost question, is there a way to, like, if you're doing a rule evaluation or something on whatever your, your output value is, you
Yeah,
would reference it as output one. Almost like an alias on a table.
yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Hmm.
So with that last number 6, if we make it like you do for Christmas, it complains because it's going to hit Rule 5, and 2024 is before Rule 5 is valid and Rule 6 is valid. So the simulation.
Yeah, there's something with the dates we're gonna have to. I don't think
I think
it's.
it's hitting that first one, right? It's hitting Rule 5 and saying, yeah, it's 2024
Yeah, if it's before
Christmas.
then, it's kind of
Before
doing
then.
both. Yeah,
Yeah.
let me see what mine does. 2024, which is before.
Yep.
All right, row number 5, and if I simulate, this doesn't like that.
It's because Rule 5 is valid too.
Yeah, so it's not getting to. I'd almost have to make rule or row number 4 before whatever date I put in, and say 11. I think I used 20.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Change the hit policy. Maybe do like priority or something like that.
You got a
Yeah,
typo. You got a typo on your date.
let me see it. So now if I do yes, 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 and put it between Thanksgiving and Christmas, should go to 20.
Yeah.
And it did. Okay. Yeah, we'd have to mess around these dates here. I think we're just. Do a set window for coupons offered. That's it. As soon as you hit December 31st, we're not offering any more coupons. So if I make all of my before dates before 11/20, I should have done 24, not 25. That's when theoretically this scenario for offering coupons, we're talking about everything before. I did 20, I guess the end of this year, but I'd change that to a 4. So if we are offering coupons to our customers, this would be anything before November 20th of last year. You would get that coupon as the output, that value. But if it falls between 20 and the end of the year, you get an extra $5. That probably is more of a realistic scenario there. Yes, no, yes. November 12th. Should be $10. $10. Well, I made all my before dates before 11/20, 2024. And then anything falls between November 20th and the end of the year. I'm wondering if there's syntax for the end date that you could do before today. But I'm not sure. All right, is anybody's simulation not working? All right, go ahead and make sure that decision table is saved. Get your sequence flow going from your start event over to your decision table. Just like other tasks we've had in other processes, we do need to use our input mapping to put those values into that we're going to evaluate against. All right, so those are stored in our process variables. So input mapping on your business rule task. Go ahead and map your correct process variables to the correct parameter. And then we're going to spit out as our output mapping that VAR coupon amount. Store that. Lauren used collect max hit policy. Nice. Okay. Cool. Be right back. What time is it? 11:15. Yeah. Why don't we take a short break here? Going for over an hour. When we come back, we will keep pressing on. Shouldn't take too much longer to get through this. Now that we have that decision table, let's call this 12 minutes. See you then. Move to different flow.
All right.
Different flow. If the coupon amount is null, empty. Yeah, that makes sense, Fidget. Yep. Send it into a different process.
All right. So I redeployed.
Okay.
Right. And then I went up to the
Close those workspaces you have open. Yeah. Let's make sure we're working with just one. Okay.
and then I guess either way, go here. Doesn't give me the option to
Yeah, something happened here when you're.
unknown error. Oh, let's see what happened.
Yeah, try closing and reopening.
Unknown error. Process automation.
Yeah, it's not seeing your. Close this one more time. Hit refresh in Studio Admin. Refresh this browser. I'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, see up here. It does show it.
Mm-hmm.
It takes me the same thing, right?
Oh, yeah, something got disabled for you. I don't know why.
See, it's just in. Problem was the last one when it redeployed, or it only showed me the the IT one, not the sales
Yeah,
one.
yeah, okay. Let's close those and log out and log back in. See if that does it. Yeah, close everything except that first tab.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Let's try a fresh login. Nope, same thing. Process automation related features are disabled. I don't know why those would get disabled. Anybody else? Thoughts on that?
No, try it again.
Yeah, try undeploy. Go back to your instance there. Yeah, undeploy the whole thing. Top option, yeah. Close that workspace you have open. Do a quick refresh. It might have undeployed already. Yeah, all right, go back to DevOps. Yep, project releases, find it, and go through deployment again.
Which was a different name.
All right, let's see what this does. Hopefully it shows back up. If not, we can throw you into a different login. The labs we have coming up are
Yeah.
separate processes anyway, so start a new project on a new login. Be fun. All right, well, Peter's is redeploying. Anybody else? Let's
On
take a peek at
mine,
anything.
so on mine, when I get through but the coupon amount never doesn't appear in the approval window. So when I get the approval thing, I open it up, there's no amount there.
Okay, check. All right, make sure you're on your user task.
Mhm.
Make sure your coupon amount process variable is that set right there.
Let's see. Yep.
That is there. Okay. What else could that be? It's gotta be. On your decision table, business task, make sure it's also here in output mapping.
Yes. Coupon offered to VAR coupon amount.
Okay. That points me, it's gotta be the decision table then somewhere, somehow.
It might fix itself.
Okay, good, Peter.
I will note the one that I had deployed originally had failed. It came up with the error message.
Yeah.
That I think Thomas's did.
Okay.
And so maybe when it fixed itself, it didn't actually fix itself.
Yeah. Brandon, why don't you do a quick share? Let's look at your decision table real quick. Were you getting outputs from your simulator? For Brandon?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
were, okay. Hmm. Yeah, that all looks right.
You can check the name, coupon offered,
Yep.
integer.
Yep. So that is correct. I don't see anything wrong. Hey. Okay, let's look at your process. That table looks good. And sequence flow from your gateway. Check that real quick. Click on that. Yep. R is first purchase equal to, yes, that is correct as well. Click your bottom sequence flow for that one. Yeah. I see you got your condition there as var purchase equal to no, that's fine.
Yeah, I couldn't find the other one that you were doing. That never showed up. For the default of no or something.
Remove that condition. Click that minus sign next to no over there. It should be, yep, right there. Remove it. And click on your exclusive gateway. And now it'll show up over there on the right default sequence flow right there. You'll just choose no. Oh, I see you have the word none. Did you name that none?
Not that I know of.
Click back on that sequence flow, the bottom one. Oh, there's no name in there, that's why. If you type in no up there, yeah. Now when you go back to that gateway, you should see no in that one right there, yeah. So that'll be your default. That's where the default's at. But that shouldn't be affecting what the coupon amount's coming out as. Everything else looks right. Go ahead and resave again. And then let's look at your review coupon form. Coupon amount approval form. Over in your forms drop down on the left. Coupon amount approval. Should be it. Good enough. Purchase coupon info. Form. Yeah, that's a good question. Why isn't yours showing up? Let's go
Oh,
to
you
your
can see it, Brad?
workspace. Yeah, click your workspace at the top and start process. First purchase coupons. Go ahead and let's do the middle one. Do yes and no, yes. So let's download it as, so that'll be yes and do a no there. Yep. And then do, go back to October or something. Yeah, that's good. So this should be $10 once we get to there. So start process. And yep, click on review. Yep. And it says 0. That should not be 0. That should be 10. Well, we're missing something small. I can't. We already looked at the decision table and we looked at, click on your business task again one more time. Yep, that. Your first purchase process variable is mapped to loyalty signature there. Loyalty sign up. First purchase, loyalty, app, purchase. That might be it. Click on update. Resave. And yeah, go ahead and we'll have to release and upgrade then.
Yep.
That
All right.
might
I'll
be
let
it.
you. All right.
Yeah, let me know. Okay. Knew something small though.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep, save, release, and upgrade. All right, while Brandon is testing that out, Eric, you want to start introducing triggers? Want to go down that road?
Absolutely. We got just enough time to knock a quick lab out
Okay.
while we're doing that. But I do need somebody else to drive for me. So are you sharing right now, Brian?
I am. I'll go ahead
Perfect.
and drive.
I will have you keep going here. For this concept, we don't necessarily have a little spreadsheet to hand out for you. And it's going to be more of a quick lab, a really quick win that you can add to your project. You can find the documentation here, Hyland Automate, in the documentation for triggers. Now, according to the definition here, triggers are used to find a set of event criteria, and when that trigger is met, they do actions containing a payload. Okay, I don't know what any of that means. So I want to kind of walk you through this and a little bit of my journey of what I've experimented with. Now, I think we've already seen, what was it, an edge case where it does connection between two different parts in your same process. I think this one's a little bit more global. So the first thing I'd like you to create is a brand new process. And you're going to call this new process Triggers Lab 01. Triggers Lab 01. Category, this one, I just put it under test or dev or admin, whatever you want to name it. I do like the little category thing up there. All right. Now, little review question. Every BPMN process requires what two things to be a valid process? Sherman,
Start
you've got
and
the
end.
error message. That's right. Start and end. So let's do that. Right click on your start event and add an end node to it. All right, that's trigger 1. Or that's process 1. Create a second one for me. Go ahead and create a second one for me. So another process, I want you to call it Trigger Lab 02. And same deal, just do that admin or whatever we named it there. And then go ahead and save. You could save the first one as well. That's fine. And then go ahead and add an end to this one. Now, I actually want to do something with this. So in this example, I'd like to start a process in Lab 01 and then actually do something in Lab 02 automatically based on that starting in 01. So this might be the start of your a sequential process. Technically, this could be a parallel process as well. And that's actually what caused me to build it like this, because that's what I was trying to build, but there's a different way of doing that with gateways. All right, so we now have 2 processes, Lab 1, Lab 2. Now, let's go back to Lab 1 and actually give it something to do. So click your Start node there. And what I want you to do is go over to your shortcut. Do you remember that? To the right in the Properties window, I want you to create a new form for this. Yeah, let's create a brand new form. Just call it 01 trigger form. Yeah, go ahead and create that form. And then go ahead and open that up. On this one, let's just put a couple fields. I actually don't really care about passing anything through the process. I actually want to use the submission of this form as my trigger event. So for this one, go ahead and drop in a request date. So go ahead and drop in a date field. Yeah, date's perfect. We'll just call that one request date. And practicing our naming conventions there. Good job. ID, rest date or date, request date. And then just a fun one. We haven't used it yet. I'm not going to use it for anything here, but click the people plus toolbox. And I want you to click add people. We'll call this field requester. And then on the advanced tab, there's a convenient little checkbox. Select the current logged in user as the default user. So it's just going to pick your account, Train A or whoever you're logged in as. All right, add one more field for me. How about just a simple multi-line text box, and we'll just call it request description. So very generic form like you'd find in almost any process. Somebody's requesting something, and normally, or what we've learned so far this week, is we just pass it through one process, and that's kind of the end of the story. But I actually want this to kick off a second process. So do me a favor, save your form, and then let's head back to our tree to the left, the far left-hand side. I want you to scroll down, and you're looking for triggers. There you go. And to the right of that, as you can probably guess, I want you to create a brand new trigger. Now this one, I want you to name it 01 form submitted. And then a little description for this one, just telling us what it does. Start 02 process when 01 process form is submitted. I'll paste that in chat if you want to copy that. And then click create trigger. Now, it's going to tell you haven't saved your model, and that's fine. We still got to go back and finish configuring 02, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Let's click on your new 01 form submitted trigger, and let's take a look at what is required. So all triggers have events and actions, and there are a lot of these. Now, depending on what you select, you get a different configuration. So I'm going to use one that I know actually works. So let's click in the field, click here to select event source. And I want you to grab a form event. But while you're here, take a moment and explore what else is possible. Runtime events is pretty powerful. You could do a bunch of things based off your just process, starting, deployed, created, suspended. There is so much potential here. So for this example, I'd like you to choose form events, and then, you guessed it, submit. Now, this is the part that's a little bit tricky. This requires a little bit of additional configuration. And it's odd. The condition field is not required, but I found in testing it actually is. So to the right, I want you to add a new condition. If you don't create this, it just won't work. At least in my testing, it doesn't work. Now, honestly, I just want this to execute all the time. I don't really care if it's conditional or not. So technically, you could just click event equals event, and it would just solve it. Basically, you're creating a 1 equals 1 is your condition. So it just is always true. Again, without a condition in my testing, this trigger would not execute. And if somebody wants to test that out here and not do this step before we deploy this, feel free. But that's been my experience. And we didn't have to use event. Event was just one of the variables tied to triggers. Now, there's actually no variables tied to the rest of our process. They're very specific to triggers themselves. So in this example, event is a form is submitted. So form is submitted equals form is submitted. If 1 equals 1, do the following. So ID is a delightful drop-down. I was terrified that you have to go over to your form and figure out what the name of the form is. Conveniently, just click your drop-down and you can choose O1 trigger form. So what is the source form for this event? Now, if this event was something not related to forms, you would be picking something different. If it was process, you would be picking your process from the drop-down list. Past that, we don't need a user ID, but we do need a process definition key. Which process is this form tied to? So very carefully, you're going to go ahead and choose your triggers lab 01. I think it's the subcategory there. Yes. So it actually gives you like an upper level on there. I love this because, again, you don't have to know the ID number for it. All right. So we're going to skip the user ID. Technically, you could grab it if it was a user, a very specific user. Same deal, outcome. If you're using outcome buttons, you could grab that value, but I don't need that. I just want if the form is submitted. So all I really need here is my condition. Every event equals event. The ID is my trigger form, and the process definition key is which process that form is tied to. That's our event. That's what we're going to track. When that happens, I want to do an action. Now, this as well has a lot of options. So take a look at some of the cool stuff you can do here. So you don't just have to put everything you've been building so far this week in a process directly. You can have it run on one of these triggers before or after your process in a few different ways. So yeah, you can see when a process starts. And actually, that's the one I want to use in this example. Let's choose runtime actions, process, and then start process. And my goal here is to create a sequential when 01, that form is submitted, start doing 02 as well. Now, to the right, there's not a whole lot you have to set up here. In fact, you'll notice a number of these are read only. Really, the main required one is the payload type, which for start process has a default of start process payload. But we do need to know the value, and process definition key is actually the name of your related process. And I think you can just click a drop down, and I want you to choose triggers lab 02. Again, the little child node there. I don't know why it groups them like that in this layout, but the child version of that, or the indented one, should be it. All right, so I'm just going to have Brian stay on the screen. So in summary, setting up our first trigger, you have access to a number of events and a number of actions. In this example, I want a form submitted in process 01 to start process 02. And most of the stuff you've selected this trigger, yeah, exactly. Lauren's got it. It lets you pick basically the option without having to go back, look at the JSON, figure out what the ID number is. So I do love that they built that in. Now, some of these I've been playing with are way more complex than this. Now, let's see. Oh yeah, we still have something we have to miss, some missing field value. Where was it at? Let's double check my notes here as well. Oh, name. Mine's not configured. And I don't really do anything in this. Again, it really just gives you variables that are only tied to events. I mean, I guess we could technically give it a name.
Let me see what that said again. Form submitted for action command consumers missing required fields name.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Mine works without that, but maybe that's a recent change they just made. That's fine. Let's just grab the event output and they'll just send the ID. $sign event ID. We're not going to do anything with it because it's just going to start the other process, but I'm assuming it just wants to know what you're sending. So I'm going to put something in there and we'll see if this actually still works. Let's see. Does that validate? Now it's happy. Interesting. Again, this has evolved. So as Brian's been telling you for the last couple of days, we might come in here in a week and this would be a completely different interface for us. So we'll see how this one turns out. Now, we weren't completely finished configuring our trigger lab O2 process. So now we've got our trigger in place. I do want to actually put something in O2 so we can actually prove that it actually executed process 2 without having to try to do that. So let's go back to triggers lab O2 in our process. And what I want you to insert is a simple email task. Again, it's right off to the left there, right below that little plug thing. Just drag and drop that on that. Maybe we'll give it a name, trigger O2 email. And then for this example, I'm just going to have you hard code a couple things just for testing purposes. So scroll down to your input mapping. On the to field, just go ahead and put in your email address. So mine was eric.beavers@hyland.com. I know we could technically try to use that requester if these were actual accounts that we had dedicated to our accounts. But go ahead, just put in your own email address in the to. And then in the text field, we'll just put some simple text in there, maybe just a simple value or an expression, something like, I'll put this in chat. Dear Eric, this is a test email from Hyland Automate. It demonstrates that your trigger event works. Just something to say, hey, you got it. And this could be other things as well. I just like putting in different values. You could also put this in the expression, I guess. Fantastic. All right. Don't forget to click update. And that's all the building I wanted to do for this. Okay. So again, in this triggers example, I want process 1, filling out a form, to kick off process 2 without any other interaction. So I don't want to have the user have to fill out a form to start process 2. That's why we didn't create a form to begin with. So we're going to see if this actually works because there's no form on process 2. So you know the drill. Save, validate, release. You can call this release, what is it, triggers or triggers lab, whatever your release note says there, and then we'll give it a shot. It's also really interesting as we go to execute this. When you go back to your audit logs, you can actually see trigger events as long as you filter on the right process. Oh, kind of expired there, Brian. Waited too long. I know. It drives me nuts. And let's go ahead and deploy that. Or I guess upgrade. There we go. That update. Now, while you're doing that, Brian, I'm going to go ahead and take the share for a moment. So we'll wait for those to deploy. And I want to talk through something I've been kind of playing with. So here's the process you just built. So very similar to what I've been building and doing here. But I definitely am trying to expand upon triggers a little bit further. So I already have the one you just built out in the same way. And again, the biggest gotcha for me was this conditional thing. I had to add a condition or it just would not work. Maybe that's changed. Maybe you can erase the condition, remove the condition, and it works just fine, just to execute every, but mine would not. The one I've not gotten work yet, I've been trying to play with, is on document upload. So I've been trying to use the content created, similar to the task you used earlier with delete the PDF from the file. And again, same thing, trying to get the condition work there. I created even an additional thing for a file called a sys image. I think it was a model for that. No, it's a variable. And then looking in a folder called data, but I don't have actually a data folder. So maybe that's why it doesn't work. At least I thought we had a data folder. And then same deal, try to kick off process 2. Notice my event output when I built this was not a required field. So now I bet if I validate it, it's still going to be a required field. So I'm interested in trying some of the other combos. And that's the purpose I have for building it like this, is a really simplified thing that allows us to really dive into the options. But the only one I've seen work so far is form submit, start process. And so I'm excited to see on yours as we deploy these out, what shows up there. And Brian, if you're ready to share that back there, so we get that result. So again, for testing, submit a form on task 01, then look for an email. Prove it worked. It's interesting, the name there. Name of the process instance that we created, expressions based on the event output parameters can be used here. Yeah, I have not actually used that one at all. I also wanted to see if I could find it. There's a couple articles in the internal, frequently asked questions, how-to guides, and a few of them really reference this a little bit further. One of which I'm actually using in addition to, I don't have it here or have it in my solution, but I use a REST API call to kick off a process. So instead of the forms we do it all week long, it requires a lot of upfront work in the administration area, creating user accounts, creating a service account, mapping a service account. So Brian was talking about that yesterday during one of our deployments. But once that's all in place, I found you can use Postman, and one of the events, as we're looking at triggers here, is webhook. And that is also a really fascinating one to work through as well. See if I can find my research notes here. Yeah, so here's a few triggers articles and a little bit more about these, because I think these are really fascinating. I'm excited to learn more of them, but here are some of my links from my resources. Oop, I got more than 1,000 characters. There we go. So there's a general Hyland experience triggers page that just talks about triggers. So I'll put that link in chat there. So if you're wondering what kind of options go into some of those, this is kind of a little bit of the internal documentation behind that. It was written October of last year, so it hasn't been updated since, but it really helped me get some of these going. And again, the condition thing, I don't know why that's not documented or what's there, but every one of these seems to require a condition, even if I just want it to execute all the time, like in this case. So this will be an interesting one to see what happens when it executes in this scenario. And then if you're curious, they do have a few others. So that one for how to trigger a process on upload of a new file is exactly the one I've been trying to get working and have yet to get it done. And then some of those are more alfresco related ones. I do think the article about how to troubleshoot triggers is also really interesting. And I hope that we have some working solutions. All right, I'm seeing some processes come online. Brian, is yours live? All right. So again, kind of putting aside complicated business process and just trying to understand the trigger itself. We'll try the triggers lab 01. Again, just put in a couple fields. Actually, none of them are required. So I'm hoping Brian gets an email here in a moment. I am a little worried about the name field. So I'm not sure what that's going to do. Ah, there we go. Okay, excellent. So I was a little worried about that name field. Just put an event ID in there. Again, we're just passing that, not doing anything with it downstream. And again, I haven't figured out how to do much more than like have work kick off, have another process kick off. So some of the combos and from the how-tos I put in chat for you there, I've yet to see work. But that being said, I feel like this is a really good starting point, and I wanted to make you aware of these triggers. Allow you to create kind of the classic script cook automation without any scripting or much scripting at all. And some of the examples, like this one, the when a form is submitted, I think are one of my favorite ones. Now, Brian, can we look over in your audit? So over in the studio admin, I just want to see if we can see the actual trigger execution there. And then make sure you're filtering on your machine. Does it actually show the trigger happened in the audit? Migration, process started, process flow. There it is. That's what we're looking for to kind of prove that the trigger was accepted or popped up. So it's called trigger matched. I got the email, but I see trigger 2 incompleted. I wonder on that. Yeah. I mean, because there's no form on the initial one, it should just pass right through, I believe. Just go right to the end, send the email, and then if it's the end node, and it's done.
Yeah, I'm not getting any of that working for me. I tested everything, or validated everything before I released it, and then I did an upgrade, and I was able to fill out the form, but I'm not seeing that trigger 2 starting at all.
Interesting.
Yeah, are you filtered on your machine, Thomas? In the audit
Yeah,
or service
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Hmm.
And like I said, I'm not getting the email either.
Somebody else didn't get it. Kara didn't get hers.
So, and just to confirm, on the form submitted trigger, my event source is submit. My input values are equal to event equals event. The ID is O1 trigger form. The process definition key is the triggers lab 01, which happens to be the sub, like child node. And then my action type is start process. My name payload equals $ curly brace event ID or .id close curly brace. And then my process definition key equals trigger lab 02 as well.
The sub one there, yep.
I believe so. Let me look, double check.
Also with the email, anytime I do a lab like this where I send a lot of emails, 20, 30 at the same time, you might get this email a day from now. So I do think of that.
That's true.
This is possible spoofing, and then you get a whole bunch from something that's possibly spoofed. So
well, I mean, I only sent one.
Cause it to slow back.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and then as far as my my trigger email is concerned, the only thing that I did different from what you guys did was in my subject, I actually put something in the subject line. But yeah, I mean, it's going to thomas.cup@hyland.com.
Did you use the value field or expression?
I used the value field.
Okay, yeah, that's what I used.
And I have stuff in the body like in the text and then something in the subject as well.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Was there anything in the logs over there for this?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing in the audit log. Does it show that the trigger went or?
no, it doesn't. So
Do you get user action form submitted?
I'm looking.
I see your screenshot there, Juan. Nice. 04, failed to deploy.
I do not see a specific action that says, and we're talking about in the audit, right?
Yeah, in the audit.
I see that the application was deployed, process was created, a variable was created for requester, request date, request description. So yeah, I mean, it definitely grabbed the values that I typed in, but I'm not seeing anything about the form itself being submitted, which is interesting. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Never mind. Lies. I found it. But yeah, I don't see anything beyond that. Although it does say process deployed again. Maybe it's just a timing thing. Let me try it. Doing it one more time.
Okay. Kara, what about you? In your audit, do you have user action form submitted, trigger matched at all?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Alright.
Everything looked about the same as Thomas's, but I don't know. I figured I would do the same thing Thomas is doing right now and just
Yeah.
try it again.
Okay. Yeah, see what happens.
Yeah.
So Brian, in your workspace, under the completed, yeah, just 01 will complete. I don't think it'll actually say anything about 02 completing because we're not submitting a form as part of 02. 02 is almost like a subroutine or a
doesn't say anything.
It was a
back-end
timing
business
thing.
process.
Okay, so you got it.
Yep, I got it. Yeah,
Awesome.
it must have been that it wasn't. It's weird. Like when I was looking at the screen in Studio Admin where I had upgraded my application, it said it was done. And so I went into the workspace, and initially I didn't see the form for the trigger 01. Like I couldn't start that task rather. And so I just refreshed the workspace and then hit start process, and then the trigger 01 process showed up. So I filled out the form, thought everything was fine. Evidently, everything was not yet fully deployed, would be my guess.
Yeah.
So, because now it works. So, and I did not change anything.
Same with Kara, looks like. Yep.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay.
And that
I think it's just a timing thing.
Yeah.
And that is my little lesson on triggers in Hyland Automate. What I want to challenge you to as we start getting ready to go into our midday break here is try to use this little structure we've created here to try some of the other events and activities. Again, if you scroll up in our chat window, I've put a few resources to help you dive a little bit deeper, some articles, some how-tos. And again, I'm still trying to get the document or file content created or file uploaded working. I've yet to do that one. It might just be the name of my folder. I feel like we have a couple folders, FSS and Buzzy. So my looking for a folder called data and then a wildcard in there, it's never going to work because that folder doesn't exist and I don't have access to create those folders in the workspace in the content modeler. But definitely want to encourage you. I feel like there's some potential here for creating automation in far other ways. And again, interlinking some of our different processes in critical ways like parallel processing was my original goal for this. This is what I was building, trying to learn parallel processing, and that's a different thing. That's a gateway thing we're going to talk about after our break. Any other thoughts, lessons, takeaways?
A lot of these articles go to alfresco. So is that because is this based off of alfresco stuff? I mean, what?
Yeah.
Yep.
This goes, what is it? APS.
Alfresco
triggers.
process automation.
APA, there it is. Yeah.
That is why I keep stuttering and saying APA instead of Hyland Automate, because the interface looks identical.
Yeah. Okay.
Did anybody try out not using the condition? If you erase that condition, does it still work? And that just might be a fluke of the first time I built this. I've had some scenarios where I over configure something and you don't need that configuration, but this is one of those ones where I wasted like 3 weeks trying to get one of these working, and that was the missing link of just not having apparently a condition, even though I wanted to execute every time a form was submitted. I don't know if that was a bug as well, or maybe intended behavior. But if anybody wants to test that theory out, erase your condition, redeploy, and see if it still works. All right, Brian, what do you think?
Cool stuff. Love it.
I think Brian's second time seeing the triggers in action.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to expanding this a little bit more as
Yeah.
well. But
Yeah. A lot of possibilities there. Awesome. Let's just do that. Hit our midday break now. We'll call it 60 minutes. And one more big lab to go. We'll do that this afternoon. So see everyone then. Here, thank you, thank you. Here is our first process as part of our employee onboarding. It's broken down into 3 different processes. So there's a lot of pieces just to process one itself. And you'll see some new things that we haven't seen yet. We'll talk about these in a second. Process number 2 is going to be a sub-process. You can send this, this has to do with how the training is getting sent out, depending on department. All right, so there's a different gateway we're going to be working with there. You'll see that new symbol within that gateway. And then a small process for number 3, send to the training process. I believe that's sending back to one of those other previous processes we saw. As far as process number 1, what we saw in there are 2 things that are new to us. One is called a pool, which is just a container for an entire process, entire business process. Pools are really kind of represented by maybe companies, in our case, departments, or maybe roles as well. Within the pool, we have what are called swim lanes. Gives us that visual representation. It breaks down the process within that particular company or that particular role or that particular department. Okay. In this example, we have, what do we have here? A pool for a customer. No, this is a pool for our onboarding. This might be something else. I think that was a different example that I'm looking here in my notes. This all relates to our onboarding process. We have a human resources swim lane, an infrastructure swim lane, and we'll configure our process within both parts of those swim lanes. So depending on what the department is there. We've talked about parallel gateways, right? Performs all the outgoing sequence flows for those tasks coming out of there simultaneously. All right, so this initial parallel gateway is going to do all 3 of these routes. We will have a timer there, so you'll see a timer. This is an intermediate event. And we can do it, add the timer to a process by cycle. See the timer type there called cycle, a duration timer, and a date timer. We will have call activities as well. It enables one process to reach out to a second process.
Quick question, Brian. Can you go back to
Yes.
the previous slide? What is the first one? The cycle? What does
The
that
cycle
mean?
timer?
Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine. I do not know.
Fair enough.
This is a all new process for me too.
Okay.
This was
I will refrain from asking questions.
That's fine. You can ask. We'll try to figure them out together. We'll figure them out together. So, yes, our call activity just reaches out to a second process. Call activity versus a sub process. Which one was that? Oh, I see. I'm switching. Sorry. I'm losing my place on here. This is that call activity. Cycle had a repetition field, duration did not. Okay, did not see that. So here it looks like that training call activity is reaching out to process number 2. And then the same as process number 3, heading that call activity is going to process number 2. As far as the sub process, allows a task to be broken down further, sometimes called an embedded process, an embedded sub process, which cannot be used in other processes. There is a collapsed process or sub process and an expanded sub process. Simply, really just fragments of the larger process selected by you, the modeler, to simplify what is called visualization of the end-to-end process logic. Differences between both the call activity and the sub process here. Yeah, I'm curious to see what these are like when we get in there. We saw a new gateway there. This one's going to be an inclusive gateway. So at least one of these routes must be taken, but more than one can be taken. That's how I'm reading that. And on this next slide, it's talking about the inclusive gateway still. We'll wait for as many tokens as paths that were taken, bringing the flows together. Okay. The parallel gateway I see as opposed to that inclusive, the parallel waits for every token to be passed. The inclusive will wait for as many tokens as paths that were taken. Okay. No merging parallel gateway needed here. Okay, we're gonna have to understand all this together. That's for sure. Let me show you this monster of a lab we're gonna do. Throwing it into the Zoom chat now, and go ahead and open that up. All right, so as I mentioned, this is the first time that we're going through this. I'm seeing it. I think Eric and I saw this for the first time last Thursday, maybe. So this will be interesting. We will start building process number 1. We'll create our pool, our swim lanes. We'll start there. And then we'll get into the start event for process 1. Process 1 emails, infrastructure swim lane. We'll get down there. Looks like that's where we're going to start, which makes sense. So we will go tab by tab here, and we'll see how far we get. I'm going to throw this over here. And looks like we're going to do a brand new project for this. So make sure you're in studio modeling. And we're going to create a new project from our all projects page. Create project. And I'm going to use my first name. I'll call it Brian space dash space employee onboarding. I'll make my project stand out. Brian space dash space employee onboarding. Go ahead and select create. It'll bring us into modeling here. And we'll get our process number 1 started, which is called standard employee onboarding. Which is too long. How about just employee onboarding? All one word, all crammed together worked. Just right at 26. Process category says to call this onboarding on our spreadsheet. We will go ahead and do that. And create the process. That's right, it is 2025. Give us the room to do what we want. All right, we have our start event. Here on process number 1 tab, we are going to create our pool first. The pool icon is first column, just above all the Hyland ones. It's called create pool. Go ahead and click on that and drop it here onto your process window. Looks like you can adjust this. I'm going to do this. Oops, went too far. To fit inside your window here. Standard employee onboarding, you can see that as the far left part of there. And we're going to do 2 swim lanes. inside of our new, do we name this pool anywhere? I guess it just picks up the process definition name. Okay. All right, we're doing 2 swim lanes in our pool, 1 for human resources, 1 for infrastructure. And where do we do this?
One of those
Right there on
icons
the
that
right
popped
hand
up.
side.
Is this it?
No, if you click
No.
on the box on the right hand side, you have options. There you go. See those little boxes on the top right corner of the box?
Oh yeah, I see them up here. Okay, add lane above. Divide into 2 lanes, that's what I'm looking for. Hard to see up there in the corner. All right, lane number 1, my top lane, select it. We'll call it human resources. Bottom swim lane is our infrastructure. Did I spell that right? I did. Okay. We'll save that real quick. All right, we got our pool, we got our swim lanes created. A bunch of process variables here. At least 12 maybe. On that process tab, I will start to create those. So click outside of your pool onto the process itself somehow.
I had it click the left bar where it says standard employee onboarding.
Yeah, I see it there. All right, so you do have to click on the pool and that, yeah, that where the name is there to get back to your edit process variables option. And let's start rolling through these. VAR first name. Looks like everything's a string except there is 1 for start date. Last name. Email. I think a good idea down the road maybe to have part of this process already built. Even though it is good to review. Might save time if you're on a time crunch for this class, I think. All right, first name, last name, email, phone number, department, position accepted. I don't recall doing phone number. I might have forgotten that one. We'll see. Start date is my only date. City, state, zip, all those. Address. VAR workspace. Lastly, employment type. I did have phone number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Once you get through there, double check your spelling, double check your variable types. They should all be strings except 1. Mine look good. Head back to my process and save. Get those process variables set. All right, on to my start event, we have a form called the employment acceptance form. In your spreadsheet, you should be able to click on the link and it should bounce you to the tab you need to go to. And you see those. So let's get on our start event. Let's call it employment acceptance form. And then let's create a form for it. Name it the same, employment acceptance form. Hit that little link, it'll take you to start event form with the properties. And you'll see them there in column B. So header section, 4 text field types, a drop down, no, 3 drop downs, a date, 3 more text field types, and some radio buttons. So we have a lot going on there.
A little surprised they don't have the UI open up the form when you create a form.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like having to go to the panel to open it.
Right. If you're
Should just,
going through the steps of creating it, you'd
yeah,
like to see it open it up.
yep, agree. All right, header section first. And my label is just going to be called new hire form. Call your ID, whatever you want. I call it new hire form header. Up to you. We're gonna have 4 text field types: first name, last name, email address, and phone number. I'll put those side by side. Again, put them in there how you like. To your form. I'm gonna make them 2 columns if I could. Am I inside there? I think I'm inside that one. First name, last name. Make all these required as well. Next up, 2 drop downs. One for department, one for position accepted. Throw that down underneath. Excuse me. Drop down on the left, I will make for department. Required. And we got some options here for departments. Marketing, HR, help desk, R&D. So 4 different options I'm going to create here. All caps to start. So capital M marketing. for both the ID and label. HR for number 2, help desk. ID can't have a space between the help and the desk. And R and D for my 4th option there. Marketing, HR, help desk, R&D. That looks good. I'll give it a quick save. Next one is for position accepted. And what do we got here? These are conditional.
Was there a list of departments you got from somewhere?
It was just in the spreadsheet.
You have to hover over the little red
Yeah.
triangles in the Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah,
And you
so
also have
if
to
you-
enable editing.
Yeah, you can either enable editing or there's a right click show hide note option. So if you hover over it, it'll be there. You can also enable editing or just click on show hide note. You do a right click. That's when you get to position. Here in your properties found, you have to slide over this conditional option. And so this works kind of like a cascading data set, depending on what is chosen as department. All right, so it depends on, we'll choose department here. If equal to, call it, we'll do marketing first. And we'll have a couple ID options here. Marketing strategist 1 and 2. So marketing strategist 1. Marketing strategist 2. Choose HR from the drop down, and we have generalist for HR. So 2 more options, 1 and 2. Generalist 1, generalist 2. Help desk, analyst 1, analyst 2. R&D. Dev 1, Dev 2.
Anyone else annoyed yet that you have to keep removing the ID and labels instead of it being a just some help text on there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tab works. Can't really copy paste either. It's kind of a bit annoying there. That's a bit
grabs the
frustrating.
whole
You can copy and paste. I'm doing it.
it's just it's not easy to grab and highlight because it wants to grab the whole row entry.
Yeah, so there's an easier way to do that. With your cursor in there, if you hold down Control Shift and then use like the left arrow key, like if you're at the end, that'll highlight the thing and then you can copy it.
Yeah. I gotcha. Good thing I'm done.
Yeah, or Control A works too, yeah.
Yeah, Control A.
Yeah, just a lot of
Yeah.
extras.
Yep.
All right, once you get all of those in there, you can check it out with your preview, test it out real quick.
Don't we need to get like the address and all that other stuff? Oh, you're just previewing the.
Yeah, I'm just previewing. I'm just testing this, see what's going on here. That all works. It's only showing the positions depending on what department it showed. So that's cool. I like that. I'm gonna keep going down my list. Feel free to do the same. We need a date field for the start date. We need 3 text fields for address, city, and zip code. There's a drop down for state. So line those up how you want them. It's up to you. And then we'll have a couple radio buttons at the bottom.
Since we're getting into a more complex form, I thought I'd share a couple of little things I ran into that were kind of interesting. I wanted the street address to be a column span of 2.
Yep.
But if you have it in the same table with all the other stuff, then it causes everything else to span 2, which is goofy. Yep. So you have to drag it into a new data fields area. So that's kind of the first weird thing that I ran into. The other thing that I wanted to do was have a way to have 3 columns for the city, state, and zip. So I noticed that once you drag something into the fields there, then if you select the table itself, you can then add more columns to it.
Correct. Yep.
Yep. Those are the 2 little weird things I just ran. Not weird, but just differences that I ran into that I thought maybe somebody else might like.
Yeah, if you kind of click away from the field type and Now you just see like kind of the whole section or table, what Thomas is saying. That row editor on the right, I could do change this to 3. So I could put city, state, zip all in this one place here. Eight.
Do we have the REST URL to configure for the state dropdown?
Yes. It is. Oh, where is it? Where Keith put it in for me. There it is. I think this is it. Double check here real quick.
For what it's worth, this might be an interesting lab to show input masks for like the phone number. Maybe
Yeah.
even with the zip code, you know?
There's a link in the Zoom chat for the state field type. And where do we put that?
That site has been reported as unsafe.
Uh-oh. The one Keith gave me, blame Keith.
That poor guy gets the brunt of all of our abuse.
Data source, yes, I see that. Go to REST service. REST URL. Paste that in there. Test works. Path to array in the JSON response. We're going to type in states. ID property abbreviation. Label property name. So everything I just put in here on the advanced tab for state is in cell G13. No, F13, F13, not G13. All right, lastly, need some radio buttons. Throw this at the very bottom. One for workspace. Permit type. Workspace, we got remote and on-site. Employee or contractor. Should be good to go. Do your preview, check it out, make sure it looks good. Second need address still. Be required. I'm sure it looks fine, Fidget. When you get your form created, head to your start event and get your output mappings going for all of those process variables. And it looks like we're going to be mapping to IDs. Okay. You
So one
do
thing,
not have the design eye, really?
Yeah, no, I'm not much of a designer. When I moved into my
Oh, I
house-
thought you meant the icon wasn't there on your screen.
Oh no, I just mean I don't. I have that. I
I
don't
got you. Okay.
have the ability to design appealing things.
All right. All right, on my start event, head to output mappings, make sure you're on output and map all of these. Make sure when you get to the process variables and parameters that have the options, right, that we've added, make sure you pick the ID for those. So department ID to VAR department.
when doing the preview of the form,
Mm-hmm.
would the URL part work? The state? I know, well, for example, mine did not,
Yeah.
but in the designer,
I
you
don't
could
know.
test the URL and that worked. But when I did the
Yeah, it must not if it's not showing up. Should get your output mappings in there. Go back in and double check. Make sure you have 13. And that the ones for department, employment type, position accepted, state and workspace are using the ID. Looks like for the state, which is a little bit strange, you can't use just the regular state with both. The process variables don't show up. Wonder why. Off of your start event, get a parallel gateway going. Parallel gateway is going to connect to an email task. Called send welcome email. Hit that link on that tab. It'll take you to the emails page. We're looking for the welcome email, top left email. Those are the input mappings we're going to put onto our email task. Input mappings.
What's the difference between a send task and the email? Like,
Where are we?
because you can like on the parallel process, right? I pick the box, just clicking on it. You can do it from
Yeah.
there too, right? And that put up a blank box, and I then did the wrench, and I say send task, but then that's a totally different looking icon.
This one, yeah, send task.
How is that different than send email? It appears to be different, so I'm assuming it is.
Yes, I don't know why there's an envelope. It looks different. There's nothing in the properties.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this does right now. This
Okay.
one here. So yeah, make sure you grab it from over there in the panel. Then create the email, the envelope icon there. We're down to text, which is an expression. to whatever stored in VAR email. I'm going to keep going right here. I'm going to keep building my HR swim lane. So that's that third tab, HR swim lane, working my way down the rows. Onto my intermediate event. Calling it wait 3 days timer. I think in reality, we're calling it 2 minutes for this class. This is our timer. Assume this is timer intermediate.
What did you do there? I missed that.
So we went,
Timer
when you're
intermediate
on your
catch event.
intermediate event, I went to my wrench and I selected
Timer intermediate.
timer intermediate catch event.
Which, because you've already got it selected, we can't see it in the list.
Yeah, I already have it here. That's why it's not showing up.
Okay.
If I change it to start event, let me go back and I change it to intermediate. No, that's not an intermediate throw. It's an intermediate catch. I'm gonna do that again. Don't want to do it from. Let me put that on there. Oh, Studio's acting funky.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Didn't save.
Didn't save. Even though I was saving early and often. Okay.
Maybe go out and come back in. If you saved it, you would think it would reload it.
Yeah. It's just my email. Do this real quick. I can do this, which is. Feel free to keep moving along if you're going through your stuff. I gotta catch up here. Update. Save. Hopefully you save this time. All right, so I threw on my intermediate event. And I went to timer intermediate catch event. That's what I did. Get that connected. I called it. Wait 3 days, but in parentheses for our purposes in this class, I believe this is why we're doing this. We're just calling it a 2-minute timer. And as you scroll down, the timer type you change to duration and just make it the number 2 for the minutes. So it looks like there. Give that a quick save. For that, we have another gateway. This is an exclusive gateway. Called, well, employment type is what I'm going to use. That's what it says. What's your employment type? An employee or a contractor? Screenshot says contractor question mark, but in the cell B9 it says employment type. Depending on which one you are, you're going to get an email there. All right, so coming out of my exclusive gateway, I'm going to have 2 new email tasks. So make my pool a little bit larger there. There's 1. There's 2.
So I was looking at that whole send task thing a little bit, and I can't find an article specifically that calls out what the when you click on that exclusive gateway and then you choose to append a task on there.
Yeah.
When I look at the JSON behind it, the JSON behind the task, if you use the gear icon to change it to a send task, it does not look like it's the same kind of task, because the send welcome email task, if you look at the JSON behind that, it'll say the implementation is email-service.send. Look at it.
Line.
Sorry, the XML. Sorry, the XML, not
the XML. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. So if you see right there on line 28,
yep,
it says
right here.
Right. But then like I said, I added after that that exclusive gateway, I added a couple of send tasks by using the append, and it does not show them as the same implementation type.
Yeah, I don't know what that send task is.
I don't either. I'm
maybe
baffled.
they're working on that. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, my top one. Send W4 and I-9 forms. Bottom one is just W9. My sequence flows, don't forget that. This is my employee route where VAR employment type equals the value of capital E employee. Bottom one is contractor. Contractor is what I call them. So I can't spell contractor today. VAR employment type equals contractor. Spelling does count there, so does capitalization. Don't forget that when you get to your sequence flows. Save those changes as well. Head back to my email tab and scroll down a bit. Let's get the input mappings for each of these emails done. Subject, text, in the 2 fields only. Make sure you're using the expression for your text. Use those process variables. All right, last item in the HR swim lane is a call activity. It's the bolded, rounded rectangle shape there. It's going to come after our 2 emails. We're calling training call activity sub process in parentheses. Get my flows going there. Now there's an end event on there. I'm going to put that on there first. That's set. All right, training call activity back here is called element. So there's a pencil icon and you have to click when you're on this call activity. Called element equals training process. Training process. I guess that's a.
I'm assuming we have to
I think we have
create
to.
training process before we
I
can call
think
it.
we do. I think
Yeah.
you're right.
It says you have to create it first.
Okay. Let's head on back. Head on back. Up the swim lane. Need to configure the variables on the sub process and then map them here. I got you. Okay. All right, so we can't do that call activity yet, I believe. Come back to that. That's done. That's done. All right, I'm gonna head on down my infrastructure swim lane. Anybody needs help with their HR swim lane, let me know if you're still back up here. All right, coming out of our exclusive gateway, we have another exclusive gateway.
I think the first one's a parallel, right?
Yeah, sorry, out of this parallel gateway, excuse me. Sorry.
It's an X.
Yep. So out of this parallel gateway down here, I'm going to have another gateway down here. 4. This is an exclusive. And we want to know if you're a remote employee coming out of this exclusive gateway. It's a little bit larger. Swim lane is infrastructure swim lane. All right, coming out of my exclusive gateway down here, we have 2 user tasks, and then we have a separate user task coming out of the parallel gateway from the HR swim lane. So there's a user task 1. I'm going to bring all 3 out. There's user task 2. I'll get them connected so I don't get confused. And number 3 is actually coming all the way down like that. So you're gonna have to go back to your parallel, get a sequence flow all the way from there. So a little bit more room here. All right, let's start with my exclusive gateway. Remote employee. Are you a remote employee? Top sequence flow is going to be my yes. Looking at my process variable workspace, VAR workspace equal to remote. Bottom sequence flow is my no route. VAR workspace.
These are huge forms.
Yeah. Equal to on-site. Now remember, when you get down to this part, on-site is all one word. A capital O, capital S. Workspace, VAR workspace equals capital O on, capital S site. Because that's what we have stored in our ID. All right, go ahead and name my user tasks here. Top one, pack and ship equipment. Second one, setup desk. Bottom one, configure access. Process saved. Make sure you are saving often. All right, my top user task linked to the infrastructure forms. That is a lot. You are right. That is a lot of forms. Pack and shipment equipment. And setup desk form. Hmm. All right. New form on my pack and ship equipment. This one is called equipment distribution form. Seven display values.
Am I reading this? We're using the same form for both of those user forms?
Yes, that's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
Let me. So. So the pack and shipment and ship equipment and setup desk form will both use this. Yeah. A lot of display value field types, so we're just pulling in information from our initial form on our initial start event there. All right, display values are first. Do 3, 2, 3 in the top section. Yeah, make this look how you want it. Doesn't have to be perfect. If you want to do it by the screenshot, feel free. Totally did the wrong one. Okay. It's better. I think I got those right. The top 7. I need a header section. This will be the shipping information. Advanced visibility. Only if. Space equals remote. What am I missing here?
You have to create a form variable first. So if you select the form itself and go to the properties, not there, just click out of the shipping information.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, and then edit form variables.
Form variables. Okay.
Yeah, then you go in there, and then plus, and then give it a name. Type. Yeah.
Remote. Space up there. Get rid of that.
Yeah. Just hit tab off of it. Should maybe try deleting it and then adding it again.
Start with a letter and only alphanumeric letter. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, there's a space in the front, maybe.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. All right, I got it.
So now if you go back to your shipping information header, you should be able to add that as a condition.
Let me see.
So
Workspace.
do what?
If it's equal to. I guess I have to type it in. Did you have to type it in for that?
I did, but now I'm wondering if I did it wrong. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Form field. No, I can't do that.
No, I guess not.
You'd have to create another field to use as a visibility condition, but we have tons of fields. I wonder, so I did have to type it in.
Okay.
I'm a little confused about that, but
Aren't we just supposed to, edit the, never mind, visibility is where I was going, but I got confused with the form thing that y'all were doing.
Okay. Let's see, city, state, zip, and address on that shipping information. Those are all displayed.
the order he's got stuff in there is weird to me.
Yeah. That down there. Two. Yeah, I like to have address above city state.
Yeah, me too.
Span 2 columns. Oops. Oh, there.
Mm, interesting. So all right, when you validate this, it's going to throw an error about the variable that we created.
Okay. Take a peek there.
So I think we just need to create a new variable. So maybe like not create a new variable, but just rename the variable. And maybe call it like our workspace. Maybe that'll work. Let's see. Update.
Yeah, let's go check.
Yeah, now, yeah, that fixes it. So seemingly, we'll find out.
What do I do in lowercase s? I want to see what happens there. Yeah, all I did was change it to a lowercase s like he had there.
Oh, really?
And it validated, yeah. Because I think the ID was capital S, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, on to my next one, which is another header section. I always forget where these are. Header, there it
That's
is.
odd.
Site equipment checklist.
Right. Oh, you know what?
Not equal to.
Oh, I hate that.
On visibility conditions is not on site
Let's see, hold on one second.
or on site? Yeah, no, for the header.
For this, yes, on advanced, I went.
Another thing that you're gonna have to do. I don't know if you did this, Brian, but did you add your?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's not equal triple. Yeah, thank you.
Did you add your display fields in the shipping information into the header for the shipping information?
I did not.
They'll have to be, otherwise.
Oh yeah, right. Otherwise they'll
condition won't
display.
work.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I gotcha. So yes, these need to go into the header. I gotcha.
And so, yeah, depending on how you want that to look, you know.
Okay.
Do it however. The problem is there's no, like, again, you run into that whole situation where like you can't have different column spans for text fields in the same table.
Yeah.
So yeah, what you got there is probably fine. I'm doing a 3-column table in the shipping information, but whatever.
I'm doing a 2 here, right there.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. Okay, display text, advanced, make sure the employee gets assigned a desk. And where is that text going? Text to display. There. Just paste that in the properties, it looks like. Whole bunch of checkboxes.
So
down here in your employment checklist.
how did you do the workspace equals or not equals remote or visual? You know, I guess,
Yes. Okay. Did you create your form variable yet?
no.
Okay. So if you kind of click outside the form, any one of these sections, back to your form editor, you'll see form editor in your panel on the right.
Yep.
Go down to edit form variables.
Okay.
And then click your plus sign and name it workspace with a lowercase s.
Yeah.
Make it a string.
Okay.
And then the value is capital R remote.
So you're just giving it a default value?
Yeah, of capital R remote.
Okay.
And now when you get down here into your shipping information section, when you highlight kind of the whole thing, so the blue lines around the whole thing, on your advanced tab, you can go in and create a new condition, edit visibility conditions. Click on your plus sign, click on your variable tab. And now in your drop down, you should see that form variable
Right.
equal, and then type in capital R remote there. And so now this section will only show up if that condition is met.
Okay.
And then make sure you put these 4 display values inside this one with the shipping information header. And so I just made it, where did I do that? 2 columns. So if you again select that whole thing where it's outlined, make it 2 columns, you can fit all 4 kind of neatly in.
Right. Okay.
And then on the next one down, this one is the opposite. So you'll go to advanced and your condition is workplace not equal to remote. So.
Okay.
Okay.
See if I can get it working.
Ready. All right, now on my check boxes, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 check boxes. Wrong one.
That's weird.
What'd you see?
The screenshot shows that there's 5 checkboxes, one for badge, but the text inside the Excel spreadsheet does. Never mind, I missed it. I'm just blind. I know what I did wrong.
Two outcomes. Automes is how it's spelled. To change that. 2 outcomes. First one. Assuming on these outcomes, he means edit visibility conditions, not properties advanced tab. I would imagine that would be it, Lauren. You just make sure that that's showing up in that. Kind of link it from your drop down. Equipment distribution form, that should do it. Get your input mappings on both of those, all three of those user tasks. Once you get to those.
Finding some other weird behavior too. The having the visibility conditions for the remote equipment checklist, it's set up properly, yet it still shows even when I don't have remote selected in the preview. I think the previewer is just not
Yeah, I don't think that's
right.
there. Yeah, I don't think that's just there yet.
Yeah, because like there's no way for me to enter a value to kind of test, the different parameters for the visibility conditions. But it's odd because it's hiding the shipping information just fine. And it's also hiding the on-site checklist. But for some reason, the remote equipment checklist is still showing, even though I have a visibility condition configured.
I didn't have that problem. Mine were showing correctly. I just went, obviously I renamed the form to like remote, and I gave it a letter after it to so that it was not remote. But it did toggle correctly when I did that.
What do you mean, Peter?
So I went into the preview of the form, right? And because the form already had said the value is remote, it showed the top section and then only the remote sections. I then went back out and changed that form variable to be equal to, I put a Y on it, remotey, which makes it false, right? And
where were you doing that?
I did that at the, yeah, if you click on, I did that, let me see.
So essentially, when we set that variable, we defaulted it
To remote.
And that's why it's showing the two.
Right.
Because the default value is remote. Now there's
Right.
no way to toggle it during the preview.
Not during the preview, but I went out of the preview and toggle, and then I changed the name of it being so the default was no longer the word remote.
Right. Gotcha. So here's the interesting thing. It's not showing me the shipping information, even though workspace is equal to remote, which is the value stored in my form variable. And it's capitalized and all that business.
I was gonna say, are all the capitals correct? And
yeah. Hold on a second. What's it doing? Hold on. Actually, yeah. So if I go to this, let me remove it and just add it again. Maybe that'll make a difference. Space, if it's equal to remote. Update.
I have a question on the input variables when we get there. I mean, when people are ready.
That fixed it. I needed to remove it and then add it back.
Okay. Mine doesn't show shipping information. Is it supposed to?
It's supposed to. That's literally the exact same problem that I had. So
Okay. What did you
if
do?
you go back to the form editor, go to your edit, go to your shipping information, change the like just remove that and then add it again. Yeah, and then click, you can just click add there. It works.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a
Variable.
fan of having to force the variable to
Yeah,
a
I mean, I'm
default one
wondering
way or
if
the other. Like, you should be able to absorb that and use the variable coming in.
right. I'm wondering if I remove the variable entirely.
And
It
now
didn't
it's there.
bark at me.
Or I wonder, so has anybody tried, once we send in input mapping variables,
Yeah.
does
Yeah.
it show us additional variables on that visibility mapping?
Say that one more time.
So once you do the mapping of variables on the pack and ship equipment,
Yes. Okay.
sending to that form, I wonder, can we link to a variable? Can we actually link it to VAR? What was it? Is it workspace? Can we link it to workspace?
So, according to the documentation, it says form variables can be used to pass and receive values from process variables. So we should be able to send the process variable into that form variable, and then, we should be good. Now, what's interesting to me though is, like, why do we even need that? Like, why can't we just say, hey, is the workspace
Right. Why
field?
can't it read the process variable right
Yeah.
away?
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at with this. I'm wondering if we don't just change that. Because you can, if you go into your visibility conditions and you click plus, now that we have these fields, you can, okay, let's see. It only shows you, okay, here's why it's not doing it. I think what we need to do, Brian, is this. Do you remember yesterday we were using the display fields or whatever, display text or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Lauren asked, like, why aren't we doing that for like some of the Booleans and stuff like that?
Yeah.
And on the other form that we created, we did not use display value for some of the Booleans, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah.
And if that's the
That was
case,
I think they were only for string, right?
yeah, see, this only works. The visibility condition seems to only work for Boolean fields. It doesn't work for non-Boolean fields. So I'm almost wondering if maybe what we do is I wonder if we can pass the workspace field into the form variable.
Yeah.
No, you can't, because you don't have, there's no option to,
I don't think there's an option for that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is confusing because it seems sort of contradictory to what I would expect.
Yeah.
Eric, do you have any thoughts on this?
Nope. This is a new one for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just looking at, like I said, at the documentation,
Yeah.
it says, you can pass values into them, which is fine. But I think that's what we're going to have to do. I think we're going to have to just do the form variable and
Yeah.
pass into that. And that just means that when we set up the form variable, we should not have a default value.
Yeah.
It should just be empty. So it should,
Yeah,
should just be. Yeah.
It looks like you can, if you click on the workspace field, there's a variables mapping there.
Yeah. In fact, we have to do that for probably all of these, don't we? Okay. Oh yeah. I guess it's just for that one. So I wonder if that's what we have to do there.
So is it whatever goes into that field would then go into the form variable?
Let's find out. Let me see if there's so we're talking about display text.
So if we remove, I mean, I guess you're not gonna be able to test it without publishing, but
Yeah. I don't think you can.
if you don't put a default value in for that variable, you just create the variable and then map that there.
Oh boy, 3:42. Let's I'm gonna throw up a 10-minute timer if anybody wants to take a break. I'm gonna jump out, get some more. Cute. All right, I'm gonna keep rolling on here on my end.
Brian, Tom and I were seeing something, and I'm not sure if you're seeing it too, or maybe
All
we're
right.
misunderstanding.
What do we got?
So on the input variables on the pack and ship equipment user task, when you open up the pencil and go to start date, which it's mapped as a date value, and so normally it would only show you the date variables.
Yeah.
It's treating it as a string, even when you look at the info button on the left. So like, there's no way to pass the start date value from earlier in the process to that.
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm. No, that doesn't seem right, does it?
Yeah, I mean, the only way I could see it being possible would be if you wrote like a C string expression to convert the date value into a string, but
Yeah.
definitely don't feel like we should have to do that, considering we've
Right.
seen date values pass into those before.
Where in our form? Oh, I see. Yeah. You might be right here. I think you're right here, Lauren. I think you're on your infrastructure forms tab, cell A9 should be date. I saw this somewhere else. Where else did I see this? A44 in the config access form. Let me try that. We go to get rid of the start date that's on here inside of this. And replace it with a date. This would be my start date. Save it. And now when you go out here, does it show up differently? Yes. So that is correct, Lauren. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and I do remember this. You can't pass a date into a display value if I remember that correctly.
maybe that's what I was thinking of. But you shouldn't need to use an expression one to send it into a string, but because like a string is just going to store the raw value, right?
Mm-hmm. So on that form, I would remove that.
Oh, on the distribution form, I see.
Yeah, on the distribution form, remove the display value start date that you have there, delete that and replace it with a date field type. And then it will show up on the input mappings window there. That's why it's not showing up there. And then the same on if you're gotten down to the configuration form yet. Online. Or cell configuration access form. Cell A44 should also be date. And then when you do get to your user task input mappings, when you find that start date parameter, you should be able to see VAR start date now.
Yeah, it looks now.
Yeah.
Silly us for following instructions.
That's right. That's right. Dang it, Keith.
I had
All right,
nickel for every single time I said, dang it, Keith.
That's where I'm headed now. I'm onto my configuration access form, which is a part of the configure access right there. Yeah. Yeah, it does show the date icon. I think he just forgot to change it. I think he just kept going display values down the line. Which is fine. We got it now. All right. Configuration access form. Access checklist form name. Yes. So this is called access checklist is the form name, not that. So access checklist form. 6 display values. Your configure access tab, they notice there's a couple missing input mappings on the spreadsheet. So you might need to add a couple there. Workspace was one of them and start date was another. We're putting them on the form, so we might as well put them input mappings too. All right, where am I? I'm finished with my 3 user tasks in my infrastructure swim lane. Set up 2 forms. Top form was for both of those top user tasks. First form was. Second form, configure access input mappings on all 3 user tasks. The top user task is going to go to an intermediate event. Similar to before, this is a timer intermediate catch event. Duration. No. Production, it would be 1.5 weeks. Here in training, 2 minutes. Email task off of that. Email confirming items have been shipped. Uh-oh. Seems to be frozen. Oh, there it goes.
Brian, I was having that issue. What I make sure you save, but then just close the standard employee onboarding tab, and then just click on the process again, and it seems to restore like the speed of it.
Okay. Parallel gateway off of this. And you're going there. Both of these user tasks go in there. end event off of you. And call activity, which we haven't done. That's why I'm getting that error. Head back up and get to that. I think I'm ready for process 2.
Once we build process 2, that's what we would be mapping to this training
All
call.
training call. Yeah, it looks like. Yep. All right, process 2 is called training process. And I'm create a new process called training process within my onboarding category.
So on the process 2 tab, they called it standard employee onboarding. Was that
Yeah,
it?
I think it's a mistype. It should be called training process. That's what it says on the first page or the first tab.
Yeah.
I'm making that change. Training process is what I called this number 2. I'd like to have that screenshot of process 2 on here. On this tab too. Okay, nothing configured on my start event. Where did you go? Start event is there. Coming off my start event as an inclusive gateway. Should be denoted by that circle, inclusive gateway. And then coming off this inclusive gateway are 4 email tasks. So I'm going to grab 4, click, drop it, do that 4 times. A single click will do it. Sequence flow to all of them. Process2. Get some names going on here. Top one. Send marketing training URL. Send HR. Second one, training URL. Third one, send R&D. Copy paste in there. Last one's our help desk. Quick save. And let's get our conditions on our sequence flows. VA dep. So this is marketing. My name, VAR department. Do I have to recreate our variables? I think we
Yeah, it
do.
looks.
You can't send variables from one process to the other. I think we recall that. Yes, process variables, they're there. So on your process 2 tab, A16 through 23, we need new process variables. We're process 2 here. Get those configured. First name, last name, email, department, position, and start date. One, two, three, four, five, six. Spelled correctly. Back on my top sequence flow. Sequence flow looks better. VA department equals marketing. Second one for HR. Third one R&D. Seems to have frozen again. There it goes. Okay.
Should the value have a space in it or should it be?
I think we called it help space desk, didn't we? To go look. You're right. We were using the ID, right?
Yes.
So it does not, should not have a space. And this one was not every, but one of. What's this called? At least one. This last sequence flow has two conditions: help desk R&D. All right, top sequence flow for marketing. Second HR, third R&D, last one, 2. Just does not want to go for me. Save. Try clicking away here, going back. I believe we can do this call activity. Can't we? No. Cancel.
And as far as we've seen, there's never been a way to replicate activities or things like that, right?
Yes, I don't think so. No. You should be able to get back to that call activity in that process 1. If you select it over in the bottom of your properties, click on the pencil. And when that opens up, click on that line where it's just under process definition name for value. And training process should be available there.
Well, what'd you just do? I was finally, I think the.
So I am back on process 1.
Yeah.
The training call activity.
Yeah.
And then scroll down in your properties and you should see the element. If you click to the right of that called element, click on that plus sign.
We'll see process there. Okay. Oh, maybe,
And
okay.
then a window, that window will open up, and then you'll see in the drop down and click save. And then you can input map, and we'll map them. And that opens up department to VAR department. Email to email. First name, last name.
So what you're actually doing is you're just taking them out of one process and sending them into the other that we've named there as well.
Yeah, start date. Yes, they are.
That list that was in that field is because we associated it to
Right.
the training process.
Yeah, to the training process. Process 2, correct.
And
The
it said,
sub
okay,
process.
here
Yeah.
are your variables in that sub process.
Yeah. All right, that means process 1 is fully complete now. Our emails, each one is the same. You can go right down the list. Let's see. Short little subject.
Now, looking at the way they have it listed in the spreadsheet, wouldn't the text be just a value, not a variable? And couldn't the subject be an expression to actually pull the department instead of hard coding it?
Yes. The way he has it here.
Because he says enter the department name for each specific email. Almost like you have to hard code in for each of those events which department.
I see, because it is part of this email test, that's why he's hard coding it. So he's saying just plug in here. So this is for the marketing email. I'm just going to type in marketing and hard code that.
Right. But in theory, we could use an expression and the way we've done it for all the other stuff.
Yeah, if we're passing through
and pass department.
Yeah, we would use $. It would be, so I'm thinking it would be in the expression that, nope, not S, $. That, is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Okay. I think that it would work, right? Let's give it a shot.
Actually, it looks like we have to do VAR department in there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
That's
right.
the name of our.
Because of the variables. Yes, that's why that coloring looks weird.
As you start typing it, it'll suggest.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would work. We're passing that through here, so. All right, to VAR email. My text was just a link to university. Not what I wanted to do.
Hey Brian, sorry to bug you. Can you go back to the employee onboarding process? I want to see how you set up your sub process again.
This is frozen.
Yeah, I know. End of the day.
Okay, back to here.
So your training call activity, how did you set that up?
When you select it and you go down to the called element, click on your pencil.
Yep.
And then right under process definition, click on value, and you should see it in the drop down here.
Okay. Okay.
Just a single click, and then the mappings will show up, and then you just map.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't realize I needed to click on the word value there.
Yeah,
I missed that. Thank you.
I think that window could be sized a little better to make it
You
look like it's
think?
a selectable field.
You'd think. Down here. Subject.
Wait, were we mapping the outputs from the training call activity or the inputs?
Those were
Those out.
inputs. Yes, inputs.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is there an easy way to clear out values?
Where are you on your mappings?
Yeah, so like those I did
Oh.
I did the outputs instead of the inputs.
Yeah, next to the select which one you want to get rid of.
Oh, I see the
then
clear
next to the
selection button now.
search bar. Yeah, next to the search bar, that little X there.
Okay.
It's kind of.
Yeah, I was thinking it from a calling other, so we're sending it out, but
Mhm. Okay. Emails are done. Their inclusive gateway off of all these emails. Boy, mine's taking forever to do things.
Thomas's refresh option definitely helps speed things along a little bit.
All right. Process 2 done.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, Lauren. Why do we need the inclusive gateway instead of just routing them all to a single end?
Let's find out because
I would assume so. It batches them all up and sends them at
yeah,
once, but that's
my
I guess
guess. I want to see what that
because
says.
that makes sure that all of them show up there. I believe.
I believe so. Inclusive gateways allow for convergence and divergence in a process. However, they also allow for conditional sequence flows.
So instead of just routing to an end, maybe you would fill out a new form with the results of all of it and send it off. Please sign off on your employee onboarding process.
Yeah, I guess I just want them all to go at once. I mean, they don't go until it hits that last gateway. The process doesn't end until every email's gone out, maybe.
So the email actions aren't actually sent when it's hitting that that
I think it's
email's
saying,
process.
like if marketing and HR and R&D sign off, those emails are held until help desk signs off, something like that.
I was thinking about it the other way. The emails would all be sent during those tasks, but you're not going to stamp the employee onboarding process done until all steps are completed.
Okay. I think
Yeah,
you're
I could
right.
be wrong very easily.
But that sounds better than how I said it, I think. Okay. We'll roll with that. All right, it's valid. Save it. One process to go. Process number 3. Employee department change process. Get rolling on that. New process. Definitely gonna have to pare that name down.
Or they need to add more to the, that's kind of short for a name.
Yeah. Lauren, I don't know if we can test where we are. That's a good question. I'm not sure. But if you gotta run, yep, you gotta run. I'll leave these up for you all. If you want to come back, check it out, test it out. Until tomorrow. We'll have to reclaim them eventually sometime tomorrow as we got other classes. Well, I don't think next week, but if you got to roll, you got to roll. For those of you that are going, I'll shoot you a survey in the email. Please fill that out. We love the feedback. Definitely helps us with this course. Those of you that can stick around, keep on going. All right, thanks, Lauren. See you soon. All right, start event.
And we start with all of our variables, even though
HR submits form for department change.
Are those the same variables as before? Can't you just go in the JSON and copy them over to your new one?
Department change request is my
now
new
we're
form.
now we're definitely getting into cheating.
You mean real life?
For sure.
It's called working efficiently.
I'd agree, Fidget.
Text. Process variables again here. New department. Say advanced. I'm assuming this is the same as our initial form. Marketing, HR, help desk, R&D. Not doing what I want to do. Something's just slow. No, it's never gonna get done. Not the way this thing's acting.
I had that problem yesterday and I finally had to reboot my machine to clear it. Because sometimes when there's an update waiting, it seems to do that.
Excuse me. All right, Thomas. If I could get my stuff to move quicker, I'd probably be done already too, but it's just not happening on my end here.
Yeah, I mean, it's slow. Real slow.
Looks a little better. Closing and reopening might have worked there. This is just telling me we need stuff pre-built. Before we get into this. Or have more time.
Yeah, I would have thought within the same project that we would be able to somehow, have global variables. We've got it in so many other of our products that would definitely be a UI change that would be a big help.
One thing I found is that as I'm going through my process,
Call event off of there.
the remote thing isn't working for the like form display rules or whatever they're called. When you get into the pack and ship equipment form. So something we've got configured there isn't quite right. It's carrying over all the variables from the first form, but yeah, it's not selecting or putting the proper value into the variable. It looks like it's showing me the on-site equipment checklist, even though I'm selected as remote.
Right, I think I finished mine. All right, I know we reached 5 o'clock. Quitting time.
So you said you think we might be able to get on here tomorrow still?
Like I said, I'll keep these open for you all to have access for the next. We'll give you another 24 hours if you want to mess around here.
Yeah, just potentially to pop on and
Is there a testing tab here? I don't see one. See one.
Where or what's the best way? I mean, I've got some.
No problem, Dylan. Thanks. Anybody that's got to take off again. I'll send you that survey. Shoot me an email if you want to get together. We can go through some testing together. I'm happy to do that. I'm going to deploy mine, see what's going on. I do kind of have a hard stop. I do have to do some stuff though.
Did you hear what I had said a couple minutes ago?
But thanks for the 3 days. You all are great. Thanks for the attentiveness and for all the help and some of the things. So you guys enjoy your Wednesday. Hope to see you all around soon. Thanks, everybody. I cannot hear anyone. Sorry. I guess I got to reset my things. No,
right.
I can't hear
All right,
anything.
everybody.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep, now I got you.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right.
So I've tested my process and I've gotten to the point where I'm doing that pack and ship equipment form. But
Yeah.
even though my workspace is set as remote, it's showing me the on-site equipment checklist. So,
Okay.
so I think something we're doing with that variable isn't
Yeah.
quite right.
Okay.
So I think it'd be worth talking to Keith about it to see.
Yeah, definitely. I'll download my project here, see what
Yeah,
happens.
that's
So
a
I
good
have
idea.
that. That way I can at least
Yep.
go
I'll
through
do
it
the
with him
same.
and we'll go step by step and figure some stuff out. So.
Will that include the forms and everything too? When you
Yeah,
download
it
the
should.
project?
It should do the whole thing. The whole
So-
project. It does forms, it does connectors, it does everything.
Okay. Download project.
Do that now so I don't forget.
Man, I don't like the right-click menu in Windows 11.
Yeah. Well,
The
I
whole
think
like little icons at the top of the right-click menu for like cut and paste and stuff like that. It's like
yeah.
super annoying. Years of muscle memory thrown out the window.
I know, right?
How dare they?
All right, cool. Tomorrow we're getting into migrate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me look. I think I have to
Where
do
am I at?
other things too. Yeah.
I'm free all day except I have an 11:30, 11 to 11:30 with Kara. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's plan on 9 o'clock. Does that work?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. I'll just reach out to you and then we'll get started on it. So we're gonna add the migrate stuff to the TechWest master.
Yep.
Okay. Should be.
See how we go. See how it does. See how we do.
All right. And
all right. Thanks, Thomas. I will see you tomorrow.
all right. Sounds good.
All right. Later.
See ya.